website.
Okay, so well, I started it now. Yeah.
That's probably not going to work yet. That's the same issue as yesterday. Let me just check.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm there anyway, I can also pull out the chat.
Okay, it looks like we're actually live.
Okay. Well, you usually have to acknowledge that the stream is running and have to publish it really. But that should be just one mouse click.
Okay, let me just add the streaming link into the wiki and start my recorder, and then we'll watch the talk. Okay, so let's hope this works. Mike has pre-recorded this talk together with Daniel because they can't make it tonight, but they were able to record it early on today. So I'm going to share this video, and I'll also post a link to the video in the chat and later on in the wiki so everybody can watch the recording directly.
So hello everyone, this is a talk about Remina, the Remina plugin for X2Go. And this is Mike, and
I'm Daniel.
That's
Welcome.
Daniel. And Daniel has been working on the Remina plugin over the past 1.5 years. And today we will show you a little bit and demonstrate and tell you a little bit of what we've learned, what challenges we faced, or Daniel mainly faced, and where Remina comes from, when the X2Go development for Remina started, and actually also what you could still do, what we could still do, where the space for improvement in Remina concerning X2Go sessions, running X2Go sessions, and also limitations. We also get to that. So stay tuned. Hope you enjoy we try to stay with 30 minutes. So I hope you enjoy our 30 minutes talk, and it might be a ½ hour talk lasting 40 minutes at the end. We will see. We'll never know where we end.
So,
okay.
Should we begin with the obvious name, the spread? So Stefan asked us to bring our favorite bread spread, and mine is Bresso. That's called Frischkäse in German. I don't know the English word for this, but
cream cheese. Cream cheese, I think it is.
Cream cheese, yeah.
Cream cheese.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's my favorite, and yeah, the spread.
So I wasn't as obedient, but I don't have my favorite spread here anyway, because I have to take a car drive for 40 kilometers and go to the farmers market in Kiel, and there is this Turkish booth, and they have this chili. It's really, really red, and it's a lot of garlic inside, and it's also
Yeah.
cream cheese. But Daniel knows it. I brought it
Yeah.
the other day, and it burns your mouth, but I love it. So, but I didn't bring it today, because didn't have the time to go there.
Mm.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to start actually. Shall we do a demonstration of what Reminer and X2Go do? Shall we do it at the beginning, right, Daniel?
Well, I would like to first say something about my nickname. I was formerly known as Doniel T, and I switched my nickname to Zatoa in the last few months. So just to clear confusions.
Yeah.
And
Okay. So it's the same person, but you changed your internet nick. Mm-hmm.
yeah, well, okay, we can start with the demonstration.
Yeah. Okay. So if I'm not sure if you know Big Blue Button, which we're using here for recording the session so well. There is a plus icon at the left bottom corner, and then you can take presenter, and then you're head of presenting.
Okay.
And then you can share your screen. So what Daniel is doing, he's demonstrating most of the stuff on localhost. So with X2Go, you can launch X2Go. So X2Go sessions are always headless in a way. So you don't have a graphical session running on some physical display, but it all runs in memory. And you can start X2Go sessions, as you all know, headless, and then connect a client to that. And the client then displays what's in the X2Go session. And you can do it on localhost. So the X2Go session runs on localhost, and the client is also on localhost. Or, of course, you can do it on the remote network. But for avoiding network disruptions and whatnot here at our local co-work space, we were actually sitting like 30 meters away from one another at the moment. To avoid such interruptions, we do the demonstration on localhost. Okay, let's go.
Well, I started Rununa with the environment variable lang C, so that you can see it in English. Otherwise, it would be in German. Well, I start with creating a new profile connection, a new connection profile. I name it localhost, and I will use the X2Go protocol. Servers, of course, localhost, then my username, my password from this machine, and startup comment should be Mate. The resolution is, I think you can skip the step because the resolution is resetted on startup anyway, so that makes no actual sense to set it here. Yeah, maybe
so it's actually the Reminer frame where the X2Go session then gets embedded, and that decides on the resolution of the session running inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can select your keyboard layout and type, but I will skip this step. Audio support should be pulse for me. Clipboard direction should be both. And you also get this little cover text, which explains what these things should do.
Which is actually a feature that we contributed to Reminer as a whole. So there were no tooltips available in the session dialog before, right?
Yep. Exactly. So DPI is somewhere in between 90 in default, I think.
96, I think it is.
Yeah, 90. Okay, 96. And you always see which in which range the input number should be. So if I enter 401, for example, and try to save it, then there's this little pop-up, which is now a little butchered because I'm using Herbstluftwärme, which is a different window manager. And in GNOME, for example, this little pop-up should be here. And yeah, it tells us that this number must be between 20 and 400. So let's obey to that and enter 90 here. We don't need an SSH identity file. By the way, this input validation thing is also written by me for this from Reminer Core. That is available for every plugin now. And
So,
yeah.
so it was actually that our company, so my company, the Das Netzwerk team, where Daniel's employee at, got contracted by Stefan Bauer's company to write an X2Go to finalize. There was a draft of the X2Go plugin. We'll get to that later. And from there on, it became quite an independent endeavor, so that you're actually a Remina core contributor from time to time, not continuously, but sort of I see you on GitLab outside of your work time contributing to Remina, and I'm quite happy about that, actually.
Yeah, well, okay, SSH identity file is not needed in my case, and I will just save it, and then I can double click on that session, and I will move this window here and resize it a bit. So, and if we give it some time, then we will see an Mate session popping up. Yeah. Well, that's not needed. It is a bit lame because my laptop is not the greatest and fastest, but yeah. We see a Mate desktop. We can, of course, run everything we need in X2Go. You all know it. And if I open a terminal here, for example, and write something like hello, and we see it's working. And in Mate, you can always suspend your session with a click of a button, and then it goes away. And if we want to resume the session later on, we can restart our local connection profile, and then there should be a new dialog popping up. Okay,
actually, you need at least 2 sessions running on the same machine, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's auto resuming if there's just one.
Well, it should be. Okay, we see. I try it again. Let's suspend this session. And if we want to, for example, restart Remina, that's always possible. And later on, we can resume the session. Now it should dialog pop up, which shows every session we are running. Okay, well.
It's the typical, let's demo
Yeah.
something, and it behaves differently in a live
never
demo.
works.
It is, yeah. This is really Murphy's law.
Yeah.
I assume, Daniel, that
Mhm.
you need a different session running in the background. So you have 2 sessions, because that's the behavior next to Go client, and then
we have
your
two
dialogs
sessions
pop
running.
in. No.
We have,
I guess you resumed.
no. If you resumed, there would be the terminal showing.
Okay,
But
so
it didn't.
there's still room for improvement. We'll find out what the reason for this is. But basically, what you can see is that X2Go sessions run in Remina, and it is the state. So what the news code is already merged in Remina upstream as well. So, and it's also available in Debian. Will be available in Debian 12. So shall we talk about the history of this a little bit more, so that people know a bit more context?
Well, let us show something with the passwords. A thing we can improve. So let me just edit the connection profile, and if I type in the wrong password, for example, I want to something garbage, then there should be a dialog which says X2Go couldn't be started. Here in the console, you see authentication failed, but the user sees something different. He sees that Pi-hooker CLI stopped unexpectedly, which is not true. We can, however, improve this with Pi-hooker CLI return codes. We can, as a Pi-hooker CLI returns different exit codes if with different errors. So we can see this authentication failure and try to make a better error message, for example.
So maybe some words about the architecture. So Reminder is a GTK application, and you can build it against GTK3 or GTK4. And Reminder doesn't know how to do X2Go. Like it doesn't know how to do like it doesn't know how to do RDP. It uses third-party components to do that. In the case of RDP, it uses the free RDP.
Sorry to abrupt you, but you have some noise in your headset. But now I think it's gone.
Okay.
Please continue. Sorry.
Might have been my computer that's running in the background. So with free RDP, Reminder directly links against the lib-free-RDP client library and uses API calls of the library to start RDP sessions inside of the Reminder application window. With X2Go, this is different because there is no such library available. So you and originally Antenore and someone else I can't remember of, we started by launching the Python X2Go client implementation that I've written years ago, which can be used, and I do it daily. I use Pyhoka CLI to launch X2Go sessions from the command line. So without GUI around, just command line, and then the window appears. So, and the original person who started putting X2Go support into Reminder did exactly that. So the Pyhoka CLI script was taken, and Reminder, the X2Go plugin for Reminder, was written in a way that it would launch the Pyhoka CLI script. Pretty similar, for example, to how it's dealing with VNC, if I remember that correctly. And if you invoke a second command, a separate command from inside a GUI, you certainly want some interaction between the GUI, Reminder, and the command line tool that you use to launch stuff, to do stuff. So, and that's what Daniel actually referred to is we can say Pyhoka CLI do this, and we have a lot of command line options, and we actually added a few command line options to Pyhoka CLI to improve the interaction between Reminder and Pyhoka. But that's always the direction from Reminder to Pyhoka. So if things go down the drain, if they go wrong during the run of the X2Go session, Pyhoka CLI stops and writes on standard error what's been happening. But it's not returning this error as a machine understandable exit code, for example. So, and that's what we could actually improve. So that we have a list of failures in Pyhoka CLI, and depending on the failure, the exit code of Pyhoka CLI is always different, and Reminder learns to understand those exit codes. Also, there's also something we did in Pyhoka CLI to ease the cooperation between Reminder and Pyhoka CLI, and that's the feature list. Do you want to maybe tell us a little bit about that, how that works?
So if you execute Pyhoka CLI, we have a new commit.
Yeah, can you probably can't enlarge the font? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And make it full screen. Make it full screen.
Okay. We introduce this little command line. So it prints all the features Pyhoka CLI supports in this specific version. This is an important key because Pyhoka CLI is not always updated on every machine. And if we update Reminder with new code, it can happen that Pyhoka is still not an updated version, and this could clash and crash the whole application. And we don't want to crash the application. We just want to make a session, and then we will, if this command line feature is not listed in this list, and Reminer detects is a newer version and detects this feature is missing, for example, SSH passphrase or sound or something, then Reminer will not use that feature in PyHooker CLI to ensure that we can at least make a session, even if this misses some features.
And the question is why we're doing this, because Reminer and PyHooker CLI or all of X2Go are two completely different kinds of projects. So they are independent from one another. So they know of one another a bit, but especially when it comes to these software components in distributions, it might happen that Reminer is really up to date and PyHooker CLI hasn't seen a release for the last 2 months. And then maybe me and Mihai are to blame that we haven't done a release, but made a release. Or the other way around is different. So if Reminer is older, then it simply doesn't know, it doesn't have the new feature, but PyHooker CLI has its API anyway, and it tries to stay API stable, even if running against an older Reminer. So that's okay. And it's pretty much the same what we actually do in X2Go server. So in X2Go, the idea was actually taken from there. X2Go server has also a subcommand where you can get a feature list from the X2Go server, and the X2Go client, so PyHooker CLI, will actually issue that command and take a look at the list of features. And if a feature is not on that, it will throw an error or avoid a certain switch feature, whatever, and behave slightly differently. So that's actually quite a common thing also in other communication APIs that we have in computer science. Good. Okay.
So let's take back a step. I think we should maybe start how. We should tell the people how this whole project started. Like I think 2012 was the first issue opened on GitHub. I think at the time, Reminer switched somewhere between 2012 and 2015 from GitHub to GitLab, and well, someone wished for an X2Go plugin integration in Reminer, and I think nothing happened for a few years back then, and sometime in 2015, Antenore made a merge request with the first usable version of X2Go with this X2Go plugin, and then there was some discussion about this, but then a few years, nothing happened a few years after that too. But then Mike, you did some changes. You had 2 branches prepared, one was working and one was broken. And I think you deleted the Xephir support and you implemented the Xembed support natively. Is that true?
Yeah. So I also looked at what was in the merge request at an early stage, and I found the solution quite good. And then I don't know, felt like 2 years later, I looked again because I had a free evening and thought, wow, what's Reminer doing? And is the plugin available? And people have been asking about that in the X2Go community. So I took a look, and then I saw that, I'm not sure if it was Antenore, so Antenore is one of the core Reminer upstream maintainers.
Was, I think. He doesn't have the time anymore, but yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's not good. Let's not tell anyone. But there was some, so it was PyHooker CLI executing X2Go session, launching X2Go session, and writing that to Xephir, which is a nested X server. And then he was embedding the Xephir in Reminer. And this was weird because you don't need the Xephir except for isolate. Yeah, well, that might have been the reason at that time. But then certain features like copy paste and stuff won't work. So I actually proposed removing Xephir out of this equation so that the X2Go session is pretty much equivalent to what we have with the X2Go client or Pyoka CLI directly, or Pyoka GUI. And then I stopped working on it again. It was a bit like on and off in spare time, which has been available at that time a little bit, but not so much. And then actually one of Stefan's customers came around and asked for X2Go support in Remina, and that would be a really nice feature. And then I said, yes, I'll do it. And then I didn't do it, but I asked Daniel to do it. And you actually got quite involved then. That was it 2022, 21? No.
In August 2021.
And you actually got quite involved then. Feels longer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels like an eternity, but it's only a year from now.
Okay.
Yeah, back then I was working with a 450 euro per month model for you.
It's a mini job agreement.
Yeah. And yeah, in Germany you don't have to pay taxes if your income is lower than 451 euros per month. And then in August we switched my employment type to include a lot more hours per month. So I was practically working half-time for Remina. And yeah, well, I did this for 1 or 2 months, I think, using the 2 branches you provided and worked on earlier. One was totally broken with a seg fault, I think, and one was working. And I had to, yeah, to make both work. And this was my first C project, so I learned a lot.
Great.
So I did 15 different.
Yeah, let me just mention that Daniel is working on several totally different kinds of projects.
Yeah.
Python here, Qt, and plus there, C.
Website development.
Then yeah, website development. We do one project where we do a lot of shell scripting and use the Phi installer. So so you're quite a flexible guy, I'd say, huh?
Oh well, okay. Whatever the job needs.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's very good. So in that time you did, we have a little script here. I read you did 15 different MRs, and they were about X2Go, the X2Go plugin in Remina, but at the end it all turned out to be upstream development, core contributions like the tooltip support, like input validation for the session dialog configuration, a session configuration dialog and stuff like that. So it's really good. I would like, so we're about to come to an end with this. Like we have 5 more minutes. I might take 10 more minutes. But I would like to talk about limitations of the X2Go support in Remina, because as people might have tried out already, it doesn't always work. And that's for a reason, because we have technical limitations which could be overcome, but that needs time and money, basically.
Time, money, investment.
Time or money.
Funding.
Yeah, exactly. So let me pick up the architecture of Remina again. So it was GTK application, we said, builds against GTK3, GTK4. And GTK is a widget toolkit. So GTK can do this. It can create a main loop for an application and check for input events. And if there comes an input event, a click on a button, it can respond to that like that. So it's an event-based main loop handler thingy. So GTK is also about graphical applications. So it can draw buttons and menus and whatnot, you know. And GTK is what is drawing all the screen elements you see when you open Remina. GTK as a widget toolkit can draw its buttons and whatnot and run on top of an X11 server, which has been state of the art for 20 years and more, maybe 30 actually. But it can also do this natively on Wayland sessions. Wayland is much newer, but I don't have to explain what Wayland is, I guess, here in this context. So, however, GTK3 when running on top of X11 has a different feature set compared to when running on natively as a Wayland application. So if Reminer has been built against GTK, and I can decide on the command line, or we could also have desktop menu files, if I want to start it in X11 mode or in Wayland mode. For this, I need a Wayland compositor on my computer. So if I just have X11 running, Xorg running, or so, I can't launch a native Wayland session, Wayland Reminer in native Wayland mode. But if I'm on Wayland, so GNOME with Wayland compositor stuff, then I can launch Reminer in Wayland mode. But then Reminer will lack certain features provided by GTK that are only available when Reminer runs on top of X11. And that is especially, the biggest problem here is that the embedding of one window, X2Go session, in another window, the Reminer frame where the session runs in, is not possible. So the API in GTK is called GTK socket, and that is not available when GTK runs in native Wayland mode.
Or if you build with GTK4 support, I think.
I was just about to mention that if you go one step further, and Reminer already supports that, if you build Reminer with GTK4, the GTK developers, what their intention is for GTK4 be graphical architecture agnostic. So have the same internal API or the same public API to consumers like programs, applications, and be able to render what this application wants from us on X11, on Wayland, also on it can render stuff in the browser. There is a GTK implementation that renders in the HTML canvas of a browser. So LibreOffice, for example, uses that for web-based LibreOffice. And the idea of GTK4 is to actually have a complete technology agnostic layer facing that to the application that's using it, so that as an application, you don't have to bother if you're on X11, Wayland, whatever, don't care. So, which means no X embedding, because X already says it. X embedding means on X11 technology, I can embed one window frame into another window frame.
Yep.
So we will lose that.
Yeah. So without this feature support, we can't embed a window into the Reminer window, and well, it doesn't work. And we could try and use a X-Wayland compatibility layer and run an X11 window in a Wayland session, but that would also lose some features. You said earlier to me, what features was that? What we lose?
I don't think that. First of all, if you're on Wayland and you have different native Wayland applications, they all look pretty much the same. So good look and feel. And then you can launch X11 sessions. And for this, a layer between Wayland and the application gets fired up. That's X-Wayland. It's an X server that can accept X client connections from X applications and render that in Wayland. But as Wayland is designed, this application, for example, will be sandboxed from all other applications. So I'm not quite sure if the look and feel, for example, would be the same as if running Reminer natively in Wayland. And but then in this context, this could work. So it does work. X2Go sessions get embedded, and the API is available, the GTK socket API. But you have to tweak your Reminer start menu entry. For example, you have to make sure that Reminer is not starting in native Wayland mode. So you have to tweak your system to actually get this. It's not available.
It's just causing a lot of problems, and it wouldn't work as the way we would intend.
Yeah.
And
And whenever the distribution maintainer of Reminer decides to actually use GTK4 for building Reminer, then GTK socket is not available, then X2Go plugin is not available.
Yep.
So the more permanent solution, or a sustainable solution for this, would actually be so we have two different graphical backends in X2Go: NX agent, NX proxy. That's the really X11, heavily using X11 to transfer the session images and the session whatever from the server to the client. And we have K-Drive, X2Go K-Drive as graphical backend, and the X2Go K-Drive client as the renderer on the local machine, on the client machine. And while NX agent and NX proxy is transferring X drawing commands over this connection, for this you need an X11 server on the client to actually understand what's meant, because there's X11 coming out of the NX agent NX proxy connection. But with K-Drive, it is a bit more like it's a self-written protocol that's spoken between X2Go K-Drive server. It's an X server, but the X11 stuff is vanishes, and what comes through the channel between K-Drive server and client is drawing commands for bitmaps, for whatever. So with a lot of caching, with a lot of intelligence inside to optimize round trips and latency, and also be usable on considerable low bandwidth. So this is not, doesn't need, or there's no X11 in this communication between client and server anymore. So
the main goal would be implementing an X2Go K-Drive client into Reminer, and
natively, like done with FreeRDP, with lib
and remove
FreeRDP.
the GTK socket and GTK4 GTK3
Exactly.
dependency.
Yeah.
That would be a sustainable way of implementing a X2Go plugin for Reminer.
It would phase out NX agent, NX proxy for people who use Reminer, definitely. But it would be a long-term solution to actually, if you want to run Reminer as a client, have X2Go K-Drive on the server. And the available clients we have for now for K-Drive at the moment are a Qt implementation, and we can't mix GTK and Qt very well. It doesn't go well together. So we can't have in one application Qt code and GTK code compiled in. That doesn't work. But we also have an HTML implementation where you can see that it's not X11 anymore that goes through the wire between X2Go K-Drive server and X2Go K-Drive client. So we can actually render anywhere. So we can render into a browser window. We can render into a Qt application that draws on screen. The session draws the session on screen. But we could also have a glib GTK based implementation that draws the session on screen through Reminer, and that shouldn't be then a standalone application like we have with Pahoka CLI. It should be a shared library that people can use from within Reminer, like it's done with lib FreeRDP client at the moment. And then we are basically done. So, and this is where we come to the last point, actually. Where can people how can people sort of improve or support us? They could actually work on this solution, or they could hire people here in the X2Go community to work on a proof of concept first of all, and then proceed from there.
Or funding, or just contributing to the code. But little merge requests, anything helps.
Exactly.
Well, I would say we make a little line here and let us video end. I really enjoyed working on this project. because I learned a lot, and I felt very welcome in the Reminer community with Antenore and Kingu and all the other people that are working. And it was really fun. It was maybe the most fun project I did on this Netzwerk team. No offense, Mike.
Ooh, I didn't know
But
that. Okay.
it's true, it's true. I really enjoyed it and really enjoying working with X2Go and Reminer. And I learned a lot about debugging C code. I learned a lot about compilers and segfaults and X2Go history told by Mike and remote desktop connections and protocols. And yeah, I really enjoyed that. I was called the hero of the month from Antenore.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. You
Yeah.
were. There was this blog post where they mentioned you
Yeah.
as the hero of the month. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really good. I love that. I love that. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for everyone listening in, watching in, and Daniel. Let's just. Did you say to Stefan that you'll be available for Q&A tonight?
No, sorry, I'm not
You're not.
available.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So I'll probably won't be around tonight either because it's family time here, and also this week it's the last week before we go on a Christmas vacation, and I have so many projects and deadlines to finish, to close, that I'm working really more than full time this week and last week already as well. So I'm sorry for not being around, and Daniel is too. But I hope you enjoy this, and if you have any questions, get in touch. You know how to reach me, and if you have questions for Daniel is Satoa on GitLab as well, on GitHub definitely. Yeah, and Daniel, if it's okay, I can
share my email.
I
You
can
can
share your
always write
email
an
address
email.
if people have questions, and
Or just ping me on
some
GitLab.
of you. Yeah, some of you know his email address already. So just get in touch and let us know what you think. If you need support with Reminer, if you want to see features added, if you want to throw over some bugs, whatever. Okay. So bye everyone.
Funding.
Daniel, thanks a lot for working on all of this. Thanks a lot for being in this talk together with me. And it was good to have you here. And yeah, looking forward to hear from people from the X2Go community about their experiences with Reminer. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, if anybody has questions to address to Mike or to Daniel, since we're recording this, you can just unmute your microphone now and speak up, and I'll point them at the recording. Or you can type your questions in the chat, and I'll copy and paste them into an email later on. And I think I should point out that playing this video muted all of your mics. So if you want to speak up, you really have to unmute yourself now. Okay, looks like we do not have any questions. So the next item on the agenda would be if anybody, especially Vadim, has any questions directed at Mihai regarding his talk from yesterday. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Okay, if anybody has problems unmuting themselves, you can also use the chat window and type your question there. But if you don't have any questions, then I would say let's proceed with the next items on the agenda. And just to point them out, I'll just share the screen. Here we are. So no questions regarding Mike and Daniel's talk. No questions regarding Mihai's talk. So now it's time for Mihai to check the code of KDrive HTML5 client and Xlibs, if it's release ready or if there's anything that needs to be fixed. And Yuri will go to the bug tracker and do some cleanup, and he'll keep in mind that we will need to migrate the bugs into GitLab someday, but not today. So any cleanup work should keep that in mind. And I will go ahead and clean up the mailing list moderation queues.
I mean, on this, I think that we shouldn't actually migrate any bugs from debugs to GitLab because that doesn't really work. It would be a manual process, and it just doesn't make sense. We should keep.
Yes, that's the point. It's a manual process, and so the old bug tracker should be as clean as possible in case we need to migrate something over. That's the whole point.
It should be as clear as possible anyway. But we should just let both bug trackers run concurrently, and only accept new bugs via the GitLab bug tracker. Once we actually
that's
use
one way to handle it, yes, and I guess the majority has vouched for this approach, but we do not have reached a full consensus on this yet, I believe. So just keep in mind we might have to migrate, and that's why we want the bug tracker to be as clean as possible. That's the whole point. I'm not saying that we should migrate anytime soon, especially not today. Just the reason for the cleanup is not that Yuri would be bored otherwise, but that we need a clean bug tracker because we might have a migration ahead.
Yuri, are you still around?
Yuri, can you hear us? Can you see us?
Oh, let me check his. No, his connection is fine. He's probably even talking right now, but didn't unmute himself, so. Okay.
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
This automatically mute. It's just not good. I have a mute button on my headset.
Yeah.
And
yeah. This is why we try to told you that that is why
Yeah.
we try to told to.
Yes, thank you.
try to tell you.
Yeah. I'm trying to match some requests on bug tracker and
Regarding our last conversation yesterday, and
which one exactly?
well, the timestamp is a date issue that I've had with
Yes,
Jenkins.
okay.
Well, you suggested to take the date of well, the commit we're actually billing against, which was a thought that.
Mm-hmm.
That
not really
crossed.
commit, but the date from commit, yes.
Yeah, the date of the commit. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, like, yeah, well, either, I mean, the push date or the commit date, those two are different things, but in any case, that thought actually crossed my mind back then, but I dismissed it because we need to rebuild stuff sometimes. The So essentially, this state would be static, even though our build environment can be dynamic. Like when we're building on Debian Unstable or OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, we sometimes have to rebuild a package because the underlying system changes. So I can't just take the git date, because then we
Okay,
wouldn't be
for
able to.
such purposes, you
Yeah.
can just take dynamic counter
Well,
after date, such on Debian
yeah, but
changelog. You have Debian revision on
yeah,
every package.
but we don't actually increment that, I guess. So that's the first part, and then we'd have to track. We'd have to track how many times we're building a specific revision. Yeah, and that would require even more work because we are not tracking how many times we're building a specific revision. We're just building a revision once, or whatever. We're just setting the time to the build time, and that or build date, and that will automatically be unique every single time we build something. Usually, unless it's on the same day, but that's a different issue. We probably don't have to rebuild the same package on this on multiple times per day, so that's not a real issue. Now, I've looked into this back then and couldn't come up with a good solution for this because, well, it turns out that Jenkins has no native support for this kind of stuff. Well, you can always get the date via a script that is being called once the build job actually starts. But that's not good enough because that's exactly the problem that we're running into right now. So instead, I'd like to get the date or a timestamp for the time that the job was scheduled on in the master Jenkins process. But that turns out to be difficult. There's a build timestamp plugin for Jenkins, but and a lot of people actually just recommend using it. But one user pointed out in the comments on a Stack Overflow question that he think different build timestamps on different nodes of his Jenkins installation, which again would then diverge. So that's not a good method either. I'd have to actually check this, I guess.
Just a
But it might
moment.
lead into the same problem. So
Can you hear
either
me?
that, yeah, we can hear you.
I mean, okay, we need sometimes rebuild of the package. Yes. For rebuild, we can trigger it on web UI or with curl. It's just the same. Yes. If we trigger such rebuilds, then we can add a counter. I mean, it should be
No,
not
Jenkins
so
doesn't.
big
I mean,
problem.
Jenkins doesn't allow you to natively add a counter to that, unless you. I mean, there is a counter, which is the build, the build number in Jenkins. We could actually add this. Well, yeah, that could work. I mean, if I take the git date plus the build counter, then that would probably be unique because the
Yeah.
build counter increases every time that the package is being rebuilt. But it's not dependent on the time. It's just a counter, and we already have that. Yeah. The only problem with that is that it could be a bit, well, that users could be confused by it. Because, for instance, Debian Unstable would have a very high build counter, while new Debian versions, as they are released, are having a very low one for specific builds. But that's probably not something that, but that's probably not really relevant.
I mean, it's unique. It solve our problem, and maybe it would have a big counter. Okay, it's not a problem. I mean,
Yeah, as long as it doesn't overflow anything, but I think that should be rather safe. We're probably, I mean, we're far away from even building one package like a billion times or so that should be fine. Okay, so I will have to rework this to take the git date plus the build number. Okay. Okay. Let me check.
about a mute issue. I have updated my notebook today to new X server 1.21.1, and it's crashed sometimes. That's why I have started another notebook, and my mic is connected there. And I am working on another notebook.
Okay, and Stefan, just for you, I want to fix that issue before I actually work on the HTML5 and Kdra stuff, because we are already at the end of the day, so we probably run into this issue once I trigger builds within Jenkins.
Okay.
somebody have Ubuntu 2022 on your desktop?
No, I have one
Mm.
machine with 2004, but not 2022-04.
I have seen right now a bug in Ubuntu 2110 on Remina plugin X2Go, but I mean this version is not supported anymore from Ubuntu side, and in Ubuntu it's correct by Hoka CLI client with least CMD line features, command line parameter.
The bug was reported for 20.10, you say?
Oh, for 20. Oh. Probably. Yuri?
21 or 10, and I see this
21.
bug on my Bullseye machine as well.
Okay. Because I'm not quite sure if 21.10 is still supported. I don't believe so, but the graphics they're showing is a bit.
Well, that's
Okay.
been Yuri's point. It's not supported any longer. Interim Ubuntu releases are only supported up until the next Ubuntu releases comes out, unless it's LTS.
Okay, so basically 22.04 is the one that they would have to be on.
Yeah.
Stefan, on which mail addresses are you contacted Milroy?
Let me check. I have used the Proton Mail one that he used on the mailing lists, and also Melroy.org, which seems to be his personal domain.
On bug report 1504, he has email address webmaster 9089@gmail.com. Maybe we should try this way.
Okay. Tell me the bug number again, please.
1504.
1504. Okay, I contacted him. I contacted him there as well. Let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Oh, and Yuri, you showed me these weird email addresses or weird GitLab accounts yesterday. Did you show them to Mihai already? Because if they're Jenkins generated addresses or accounts, then he would probably know.
I have spoken to Mihai about these mail addresses, and we have just deactivated it. Yes.
Okay.
Jenkins usually doesn't, I mean, do anything with GitLab.
Yes.
At least right now, so it couldn't be anything within the X2Go system, unless, of course, not really, because you have to register yourself. I mean, manually. There's no system that would register accounts for you on our GitLab instance from within the X2Go realm.
Stefan, I would say live build X2Go. I would drop commits to codex2go.org, and we should push always to GitLab x2go.org. It's okay for you. Mihai, you're a member of Arctica project on GitHub.
Yep.
Maybe can you add GitHub authorization with Arctica project to gitlab.x2go.org? It's possible.
I don't know. I don't think that I'm a maintainer. Why would I add that?
So we have possibility in our GitLab that users can authenticate against GitHub.
But isn't that possible already?
Right, not right now. No.
Because GitHub provides an OAuth interface, and that should work with GitLab as well.
you need OAuth key
Mhm.
to make it possible. I can send you just a moment. Here's a link with how to do it.
Get other stuff first. GitLab integration, GitHub. Okay.
I mean, it just makes sense to make it with organization, which is a little bit depend on X2Go or other way. Yes, it makes no sense to let their private or auth apps.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, next day I am not here. I am not available.
Okay, just be sure to be there on Friday.
Okay. Okay, all Z99 Ubuntu projects are migrated from Codex2Go.org to GitLab as well.
Mm-hmm.
Miha, it's okay for you if I would GitLabra Kadabra config place into maintenance? No,
Scripts?
just a moment.
Or-
Yes, I mean. Build scripts or
Well, build scripts are for building. Maintenance scripts are for whatever.
yes,
supposed to be
I have
maintained.
found maintenance scripts. Yes,
Yeah.
maintenance scripts. I mean,
Yeah, sure.
it's okay for you if we only pushing to maintenance scripts on GitLab.
No, I will push all my changes to the actual repositories on YMIR. You can use GitLab as a testing ground, but up until everything is running, and I'm still not convinced that GitLab is a good idea for building stuff. I mean, if it can trigger Jenkins, fine. If it doesn't trigger Jenkins, then I don't want to even start with that. So keep it as a copy, but I will push all my changes directly to YMIR, as we've used to.
Okay. I have just done it because last days Codex2Go.org was not responsible.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And just as backup copy and just as
but this hasn't happened again for now. I mean, just because it didn't happen again doesn't mean that it won't happen again. But I'm curious to see if my changes actually made a difference. But I can never actually be sure unless I get mails from YMIR telling me that the package repository was locked while it was trying to regenerate the indices.
GitLab was not responsible for half a year. Yes,
and nobody noticed.
Yes.
But I usually notice. I mean, I usually get mails from YMIR whenever every like 5 minutes. If the package repository is locked and the scripts try to regenerate or re-export to the indices. So, but that only works once the machine is actually sending out mails and is somewhat responsive again. But I usually see problems with YMIR at some point in time.
Okay, then I push maintenance scripts to Codex2Go.org.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm still working on the build scripts issue. And I've got a bit sidetracked because I noticed that leap seconds are deprecated now, or will not be used at least in 2035. I need.
all these Z99 Ubuntu repositories,
Yeah.
should it be marked as archived?
Yeah, those are all archived. We're not doing anything with them any longer. I mean, those are pretty much the same thing as the archived Arctica project thingies. Although they don't say so, but they have not been used for like 10 years now, so most of them are dead. Because we don't need them any longer. They were just backports to Python projects that have been used for Ubuntu.
Okay, I would just mark it as archived, but maybe we can just delete it, yes?
Well, mark it as archived. We still have
Yes.
changes in there, and why delete it if we can keep it as an archive?
Yes.
We're not gonna change anything in there, but you know, it's there for other people to look at in case they need it.
Yep. I will just create gitlab.x2go org subdir and place a gitlab-cadabra.yaml.
Just call it GitLab, I guess. I mean, what would you call it?
Okay.
In Git, yeah, call it GitLab.
Okay, guys, I'm done with the mailing list moderation queues. Yuri, would you like to show me which file or which entries I have to change in my git config?
Yes.
Then let me just share my screen. Here we go.
I would just post it in chat, no?
Okie doke.
It's you .git config file. Yes, okay. Following. I mean, you can remove Lias remote and set URL for origin GitLab X2Go.
Is there a way to comment it out? Like, can I use
No.
or...
Just close this file. Just close it.
Okay.
So right now, just put this command.
Okay. Wait, what was that? What was that? Try this again. Okay, that looks like something's broken here. Probably line feeds. Okay, trying again. Here we go.
And the next one to remove Lias GitHub.
Okay, that's in there. Oops.
Looks good.
But the other file had a lot more
just
entries.
Just a moment. Can you show it? X2Go.
Hold on. That's why I made a copy.
No, just show the new one.
Just look at this one. That's what was in my old copy.
Okay.
And the new one is way short.
It's normal. It's okay.
Okay.
You can remove X2Go as well. Yes.
Okay. So, I guess we are done for the night on my part. How's the situation with you? How's the bug tracker going?
I have moved bugs to the right package name and was just looking for some bugs. We really need Windows 10 or Windows 11 just to reproduce some bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
yeah, I have a Windows 10 machine that I can offer for testing. Windows 11, no go at the moment because it needs a virtual or actual TPM, and I don't have that.
Windows 11 I can test by my wife, and yes, maybe.
Okay, so if there's anything to test with Windows 10, let me know, and I'll spin up a virtual machine for it.
Yes, just a moment. Where is it? Here. It would be nice if you can reproduce it.
Okay. The problem with that is that I don't have a Red Hat server on the server side. Is Git-K an open source tool? Is it a commercial version of Git?
Git-K is open source, yes.
So
It's
I
included in.
I could try to reproduce it with a Debian cell, but not with a Red Hat one.
Maybe can you try it on CentOS 7?
That will
We
probably
have
take
a
some.
demo machines, but
Well,
it's another architecture.
but let me think. We might have a CentOS image somewhere. We might have one. That might work. I'm just not sure
I
which
don't hear
version,
you.
but it. Oh,
He's talking the whole time, so you have to reconnect, please.
Okay.
so Miha, you can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's on your side.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's working.
Okay.
Just
So
2 seconds.
Okay, I believe I do have a CentOS virtual machine somewhere, but it will probably need some updating. But it is out of the 7th generation, I believe. So we might be in luck. I won't be able to test this tonight, but I can definitely take a look at it, say tomorrow or sometime in the next few days.
Okay. I mean, Advantest is a big company, and maybe if we ask for funding, and
The catch is that this bug report is 2 years old.
I mean it's reproducible. Maybe.
Yes, but if they haven't tried to contact us any further, then my guess is they've either solved the problem by themselves or they've migrated away from X2Go.
I don't really think so. I mean, this full name, it's not real full name. It looks like Jörg from Linux User Group Stuttgart for me, because he has spoken about writing a bug report 2 weeks to go and nobody answers and so on.
Very
Yeah.
interesting.
And he's working for this company. As long as
Okay.
I know.
So I don't know about you guys, but I would call it a day. If you want to keep on working, feel free to do so. But I'm heading out. Have a nice evening. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Good night.
Mihai, once you stop
Mhm.
streaming, you know the procedure. Just kick out the
Mhm.
recording bot, and that will notify me that I can stop the recording.
Mhm.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey.
Switch to git date. Mm. Right. So if what about uh Okay, let's push this. That should be done. And the only thing left to do, oh fuck, okay, is to actually log into Jenkins. And hopefully reset. No, okay, no, that's mostly fine. All I need to still log into a lot of other places. Okay. Basically, I will need to restart all nodes that we've the win builder. Oh, I also have to restart the win builder. Not restart, but to update the win builder machine. Nodes. Okay. Can I just? I can't. Okay, if I have to do this anyway, might as well. Fast forwarding master. Oh, shoot. Okay. So that won't actually work because I need to. I need to log on to all machines anyway. Because I've added a new binary, so this will need to be modified as well. Oh, well, added to the bin directory. Bin scripts. It is working. Good. Okay, so Jenkins got it. X2Go admin got it. Do I have to? Yeah, what about X2Go? So we're probably not building anything on that front, but oh, okay. Debian, Centris, Endian, Lilandian. Shoot. Okay. Update command not found. Why? Oh, because it didn't actually. Didn't you update? Should have get available. Then get date. All right. Because I haven't actually spelled it correctly.
Mihai,
Mm-hmm.
maybe can you add me to some admin mails like git admin at x2go or something like that?
Is your usual email address or some other email address? Well, it's actually a lot of stuff, but yeah, okay.
x2go at ugrade.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that we actually need.
Or maybe better x2go dash admin at ugrade. Then I can better.
To go dash admin
Yes.
at ugrade.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I've done this for X2Go admin, for Git admin, and you already dash or plus?
x2go dash admin.
Because you're already using X2Go plus PVE admin for the PVE admin virtual alias.
Yes, it's just virtual alias. But it's better to use
Okay.
x2go dash admin at ugrade.
I've done that. Not sure if I can add you to more stuff.
Just if you mean it makes sense, you can just add me.
Okay, so now most of this stuff is done. No, not most of the stuff is done. I was interrupted. So this is a demo box. We don't do anything on the demo box. We don't do anything on the big Onion machine any longer. So this can, well, it's not up to date, but I don't care about it any longer. And this one is fine. Git date is working. Okay, how many? It's to go Jenkins, yeah. So we don't have an admin account on there or anything like that. Okay, no. Good. Okay. That's okay. It's to go code admin. Yeah. This will have to be updated manually. about right date and date? That's working. Okay, what about X2Go code itself? Do we have bit scripts? No. Have bit scripts on there. We're not actually building anything, which is okay. Oh yeah, the macros builders. Okay, xcloud. X Jenkins. Yeah, I've never done. That's good. Now the build scripts should be getting updated automatically. Oh yeah, the win builder. So disconnecting xcloud 708 and reconnecting it. Xcloud 711. Disconnect and connect. Okay, whoa, that was very quick. Why exactly? That was way too quick. Didn't actually update anything. Uh-huh. Yeah, this hasn't been updated in a while. It doesn't have. Oh, git day. Oh, crap. So that doesn't work. Well, good to know. Huh. Illegal option minus. Legal option minus? Minus U. Minus date. Yeah, it doesn't know date. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so I will have to rework this for the OS 10 builders. Because OS X state utility doesn't understand. Just no, I don't want to adjust it. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Oh, okay. Oh. So on Windows, I guess. update should be behaving the same way as on Linux. If we have GNU data available, which should be part of min GW.
Sorry, I try to avoid Windows.
I know, but I have to use it and maintain it. Okay. Okay, push. And there we go. Pull. 8. That's working on OS 10 too. Okay. I think that I have nothing else to do on that machine, so I can just break out, go to the 10.12 builder, which is not 10.12 any longer, but that's fine. And okay. Refresh. No, bit scripts. 10, 8, 10. And 8. Okay. 8. And working. Okay, fine. That's good. The X2Go admin stuff is working fine. I'm just gonna update it again. Right. I need to update. Actually, I don't need to update this machine. I can just go ahead and call it disconnected and reconnected. And then, so you're done. Oh, you're using the stash as build. Uh-huh. Ah. I used to use. I used to use aptitude, but then switched over to APT, but that didn't work for some reason. Oh, right, because aptitude did crash back then, but not any longer, so I've been using aptitude ever since. Something doesn't work in the ARM change rules. So I'd have to actually check that later. Okay, that works. And now on to the Win Builder. Yeah. Which I don't know where. Oh, yeah, there we go. Access denied. Oh, yeah, access denied. Wrong password. Okay, fine. Okay. This is git bash. Do I actually need Sigwin bash? I think so. The no build scripts. I think build scripts. Yeah. That's rather old, but okay. Type change. Build plus upload stem package and build upload a stem package. Type changes. Well, yeah, okay. Uh-oh. Build plus upload. Okay, that's not good. Let's redo this with git bash. That's okay. Oh. We're actually talking. Let me check. The recording? No. The YouTube stream does have audio, so that's fine. Must have been on Stefan's side.
Stefan's not here.
Yeah, but his recording bot is still in here, so he's monitoring it, and he noticed that we're not talking any longer, which isn't correct. the YouTube stream does have audio. I just checked that. It's just that his recording bot somehow, well, I mean, that's not a real issue because the recording that he does, I mean, it's good to have, but if we have a YouTube stream anyway, then we'll have a recording in the very first place. So he didn't actually need to record it. Unless, I'm not showing up.
Yes.
Okay, do you know? You don't remember because you never did that.
What exactly?
Windows does have some kind of symlinks, but they're called differently, like junction points. Now, junction points are actually hard links and that can go over disk barriers, which is not the case in Linux. But symlinks, well, I don't know how symlinks are implemented. On Linux, it's
Symlinks
just a
are
special.
just files.
Well,
Where
on Linux, yes.
no,
So-
I mean on Windows is
Okay.
just files which contains some URL information. Yes.
Yeah,
Something like
but there's a difference
file.
between sequence symlinks and Windows symlinks. Especially when using Git, making sequence use native symlinks. Yeah, right. So I could use mklink to create links. Sequence creates symlinks as Windows shortcuts with a special header and the read-only attribute set. If I set to WinSymlinks native or WinSymlinks native strict, Sequence creates symlinks as native Windows symlinks on the file system and OS versions supporting them. Native and native strict is if the file system supports native symlinks and Sequence fails to create a native symlink for some reason, it will fall back to creating Sequence default symlinks. Okay, so basically setting the WinSymlinks option to native strict forces Sequence to use native symlinks. Normally when you make symlinks in Sequence, it creates plain files containing a magic cookie followed by the path to which the link points to, which is really the way it works in Linux, I guess. Okay.
Sorry, it's just too late for me. I am going to.
Okay. Okay, do that. I'll get this stuff done and then maybe look at K-Drive builds because I know that some of them are failing, especially on the RPM side. And then I'll also finish up here.
Okay, bye. Good night.
See. Operation not permitted. So I need a secret terminal, please, as an administrator. Okay. Security. Okay, so the win build is updated. Well, not updated, but at least the build scripts are updated. Now, what else? You know that this is working. Oh, I have to check. No, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so this works. If I can See the machine as well. No, I did that. Okay, good. So that's all great. And think ahead. Well, okay. Now with that said and done, I could go to PPC 64, all releases. Okay. Broker. So that's for the X2Go client, which is still failing on. Oh, still failing. Oh no, it's not failing any longer. Okay. Well, on Raspbian. So I will have to check Raspbian for now, for instance. But anyway, that's not really interesting right now. Let's take a look at the K drive part. Do we actually build for Raspbian? No, we don't. We build for Raspbian. Not sure. Could add Raspbian builds. Now X2Go K drive on the other hand. I'm not logged in any longer. Why? Okay. It doesn't work on EPOL 7 and on Fedora 30, which is bad. I have to fix both of them. Well, Fedora 30 is out of business, but we don't care about that right now. Look like this. Modifying. Yeah, let's go to K drive. K drive. Why is it fail? It's failing on EPOL 7 because of. Oh, why is it failing actually? 14 days ago. Oh, I hate you. I think it only failed because of mock. Yeah. Okay, this only failed because of mock. So if and for the 30, probably 2. Okay, but I have to check Raspbian. Those are failing because of. Aptitude failed to execute DU. Okay, so this is on bullseye. What about... Unable to locate package as build depends. Execute K-drive dummy. Why? Hmm. Able to locate package. Okay. Ability resolver archive. I cannot. It's not readable by user. But it does work for the general builder. So why does it work? Okay, drive dummy. Give me the full log, please. Okay, drive clients. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is a drive client. Drive client is actually the same thing, but oh, actually, drive. Debian bookworm buster sitter failing, but that's fine. I think I fixed that already. No, I didn't. Oh, okay. XKB. Hmm. Hmm. installing this. Get copy apt archive as built depends core dummy. Well, okay, that's fine. And then it's not building. It's only installing the core dummy package. Mm-hmm. It installs a lot of packages, okay. So it's not just using... Fine. This is later. Implicit declarational function xkb check request bounds. Okay. So that is actually broken on all newer versions. But this is defined in static bool. This is a static function in xkb.c. Don't change we can use. That would be bad. Not really explain everything. Okay, what version is Buster using? Buster. Xerox server. Uh-huh. One 24. Mhm. Buster is old stable, I think. So service. Yes. Um, let's make it first. And the error is here somewhere. Okay, implicit declaration of function XKB check request. XKB check request bounds. Oh, it's really not there, but where is it? Oh, push. Okay. In there. Hmm. The binary package is broken, which can't really believe, but let's see. Oh, they really messed it up. Holy fuck. Debian has not Debian Git directory. Oh no. Debian security messed it up. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so this is a real bug, but within Debian. How about bookworm? Knocked out again. Why? Okay, let me restart Jenkins just quickly, because it may have not used the right timeout value. Data, user source, X observe. Now let's take a look at that. Okay, KDrive client might just work on stretch again now. Wait for this to build. But I still have the general issue of the Raspbian build's not working. That's not great. It isn't great. Still always the same issue. Oh no! Huh? Oh. It was the same issue. Huh? But what about Buster builds? KDrive client, okay. Oh, this no worked, okay. Don't change your news. Maybe it'll work. Xbox server source in Bionic, please. 119. Okay, that's old enough. What about focal? 2013. That's new enough. That's new enough. Okay, let me check master again. 124. Okay. Focal updates. 13 and backport, please. Doesn't have any. Yummy. 2113. That's pretty new enough. 2114. Also new enough. Okay. So I guess the only version that well, I could care about. Okay, what? So focal. 1910. Eon. Source. $125. also new enough. Ubuntu 1904. Disco. Not Disco. Oh, actually. And 24 one Ubuntu 3. Let's see what they did. Well, they probably have never Disco. Source images. All releases Ubuntu.com. Yes, I want to have install cd slash Ubuntu slash code name, I guess. Yeah, okay. Pool. Universe. Multiverse. X.org. Server. Probably X.org server. Yeah. And there we go. The source code is right here. So this is this. Raspbian Stretch is working. Raspbian Buster and oh no, Raspbian Stretch isn't working. Buster and Stretch are not working. That's a normal Debian Stretch builds are working again for X2Go K-Drive clients. But I still have to fix. I still have to fix the Ubuntu side of things. The source. So xkb dot c get check request bounds isn't applied at all. So I guess yeah, it's not an issue any longer. It's Ubuntu. Don't say. So it failed. Can it go? Okay, console output. Output will keep in buster. T139, yep. Build number 39, that's fine. Okay, so it's not installing the dummy package. Or is it? No, because if it installs the dummy package, clone change routine use. Clone change routine use doesn't make sense. Hmm. I will try to not use aptitude. Oh no. Okay, something's broken with aptitude again. It just seems to crash. Okay. Fuck, I have to rework this again. this is a bug report that I've written for bin breakage. Okay. You. I will have to redo everything within Jenkins. I need to add configurations to these build jobs, I guess. Okay, anyway, at this point in time, I'm gonna call it as well, because there's a lot of stuff I could do, but not enough time left. We'll probably, I'll have to take a look at the build time ID stuff tomorrow again, and also see what Debian says on the x.org server breakage front. If they just skip on the bug report, then I can essentially copy the patches and apply them myself within the package, so that at least Buster is working again. And everything else will have to be seen. Okay, so I'll be ending the stream now, and probably kicking everyone out. No, I cannot kick anyone out. So I think that the bot has. No, I do have mod rights. Okay, so thank you for today. We'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Goodbye.